question here. Your spiritual mind, the sacredness of this sacrament that you hold. I cannot violate that by saying I'm going to vote red or green because I'm violating your religious beliefs. Okay. I'm going to have to request to be excused until after the amendment. If I ask you to do something in reference to a church doctrine, you wouldn't know how to vote because you don't understand it. I cannot, in good faith, vote on an amendment that I don't understand. But I do understand that it's very sacred for you. In the church, I would think that the elders and the deacons would be very knowledgeable to advise. That's how we hold them, our elders, our medicine people. I don't want to be that person. But for you, I would think that you need to go back to your medicine men, your people that instruct you spiritually, and tell them, that's what I would think from my perspective. And thank you for listening to me. I respect you. I respect how you speak and the way you conduct yourself. You're teaching me something by debating this very sensitive topic. So, Mr. Speaker, I would request to be excused until the amendment is voted on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nance, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Chairman Nance, I'm going to go ahead and okay that request that you be excused. Moving forth on the agenda, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chiche. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Chiche. Paul Begay.
Thank you. You're doing a wonderful job chairing this Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. Fellow colleagues on the 24th Council, I can't help but think back in the old days, it as I see all common law, where we as Navajo people Tadatin Dahil Sosko at Ishin Hagashi Ador Nehiki Marsos Akit, they have Anit Akit. It was a natural law that we didn't even abide by it. It was just a natural thing to do. 5 miles away. I remember my dad used to load us up, 2 or 3 of my brothers, and we would go over there. هنا الصوص تخلط أدون فتنين هي كهي الجينغو التلاقو Trahndahodi and Trahni Trah. This Kaha. So that's it. So I don't know. So this thing, I think the big difference is because of the Nenge periodism. Periodi Washington, then though the way that you not ingo the hallucinogen, in Saha Kesaki, a Kanizate, so hat ego into the case of Ashton, so hat ego ear, he not added the then how Raja not only the hotel not in the. But that's the big difference that I see is that the government, they look at it as an illegal substance as opposed to other things, which is the tree, at least. Yeah. I remember when I was going to school in Richfield, Utah, there was a certain time when the city police would invade the dormitory and they would search our lockers. And if they find substances that are in some kind of a plant form in plastic, a little small plastic container or a buckskin container, they would confiscate it. I remember I had the tree. It was one of those that was confiscated. And it was considered illegal drugs, illegal substance. So that's because we never contested it. When it's not his job. But today, how do we make a zip in the hara and treat it the same way as the nest in the hara? How do we change the law to reflect a zip in the hara? And Anki was Georgia hard the Yaja Hatad and Sagi equivalent to each other. Oh, Hayu Hanatle Naja Hatad Hatningo during the summertime. The day we know it as squad ants. Joe Bizikoi and Naja Hatad or yet. Day we know it winter ceremony as Yebiche. Not state Aja Hatad or yet. It's not true. Okot ego de Ochi. All those we don't need papers for. I hope that one day people that are participants in the Navajo, the Yodi ceremony, I hope that they are treated the same way as Hatad, Nase Asia Hatad, Nase Asia, Naja Hatad, all those where we don't need papers. I don't see amendment that Nixbahad unhalnada yelki Oshikodobans did we really consult you see the Naabik'íyáti Zuniki a large not Ahyana Zuniki Kot ego yan ha ili kot ego na amendment ili that we consult those people. And so my question is, was that done? If we did it on our own decision, so you see, practice il and chun hita amendment il so we need recommendations, a directive, a guide from those people, the leaders of perhaps those people should be our agents rather than I'm not going to say anything else, but those are the people that should be our agents. And that way we can clearly identify a direction we need to go, a decision that we need to make. Colleagues, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. Hey, Mr. Paul Begay for that, for this questions and comments. And nisnado nisake do bansake sit ego. Ta sweet haita hui kari ta ni. So stop it hui kari da tilia. So stop it hui una ganda tilia. So need kon ya hota ifania kit Washington ba pes ani which we cannot necessarily need pero hasing so isiyang hiliki hasing so petaho Washington ba pes ani benekade go hota na so kodo trio inigi ze trio inigi kahat ego ignan yan takke so yitosen. Well, we are on the fine line here pertaining to this amendment. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and continue going down on the queue on this. We are 8 hours in discussion on this particular legislation, almost 9 hours, and we started at 8:20 this morning, and we've been here on this meeting for 12 hours, and just give some time. So 12 hours of education. So it is Honorable Charles Newton, Madam Chair. Turn the floor over to you.
Speaker, so good evening. This is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I keep getting muted, and then I have to, I start speaking, and then I have to remember to unmute myself, so I apologize for that. I did state earlier that I did oppose this amendment, and I still oppose the amendment. I think that, again, it's a huge contradiction to say that, people were not consulted and then propose an amendment without people being consulted. As I stated prior, per the bylaws that were approved by the Navajo, the bylaws do give permission to the president to speak on behalf of the board's activities. And as I stated earlier, part of those activities is to carry a card. And I appreciate, Chair Daniel still asking that question about, which church requires, where is it in the best interest to carry a church card? So just to be clear to everyone, peyote currently is considered to be a controlled substance. It is considered to be a drug per the federal government. However, there is an exception, and that exception is when it's used for Native American church ceremonies in a bona fide ceremony. And it is true that the federal requirements only ask that you have a CID number. But what we heard from Deputy Chief Silversmith is that everybody who is pulled over who has peyote, all they have to say is, I'm a member and I have a CID. And that's pretty much, it. And there's been the question of who asked for the language to be changed, where did this come from? I was asked to sponsor a legislation by the Naga board. And during the several meetings that we had, it was reiterated time and time again that we are short. We're looking at a shortage of peyote. And the question was, how do we preserve this peyote so that our future generations can partake in this? And Chair Naz, thank you for making your statement. And I will tell you, peyote is a sacrament. It is considered a sacrament to many of us who do follow that way. And when we're talking about preserving this, we're talking about using it in a way that we are connected with God. We attend ceremonies, and we do have teachings within these ceremonies. And I know that, that we talk about the teachings from our elders inside of these ceremonies, as well as the way that we should be living a good life. For instance, we talk about, not using alcohol. We talk about not using, drugs. We encourage our members and our children to do that. We also encourage, to have a good family, stable relationship, to respect the way of life in a marriage. We talk about those kinds of things. We talk about, what we should and should not be doing. I attend, and I ask for forgiveness, just like I do every single day. I wake up, I ask God to forgive me for the sins that I've committed, those that I'm aware of, and then those that I may have committed that I don't even know that I committed. So we do consider that peyote to be a sacrament. And I appreciate, you making that statement that, you don't have a really good grasp of the issue at hand, and how you've asked to be excused from the vote. I really appreciate that. But the issue does come down to, the peyote being a controlled substance. And again, on the Navajo Nation, we made the exception, and the federal government also made that exception. It's when a person is caught with peyote or the paraphernalia that was the reason why, we included the defense. And we also took into consideration the Nagaha's request to create a legislation that would preserve that peyote. We know that people are out there abusing this peyote, not using it the way that they should. We know that there's misconceptions out there about what this peyote is. And I've heard my colleagues, I've heard people say that this peyote is not the Navajo way of life. And I beg to differ. I think that, everybody has different ways of being raised. Everybody has different ways of teaching. But I was raised with Azet Benaga. I was raised with Azet. I was raised, to attend Azet ceremonies, as well as I was raised with Kharadin as well. The traditional beliefs, and we had traditional ceremonies. We took part in them. So I was raised on, with both sides. And even within peyote ceremonies, we do use Kharadin. Some ceremonies, that's how we start off our ceremonies, is we put Kharadin down on the hogan, around the four directions of the hogan, or the poles of the teepee that we're sitting in. We put that down. We share it among ourselves, and we bless ourselves with that. So it is, peyote is a sacrament, and it's a ceremony. And as Shannella Delegate Vince James, when he was making his argument as to where he stands on this amendment, I've stated before that it is encouraged. It is encouraged at conventions. It is encouraged that we carry this card with us. And I read on the record my card that gives me permission to be able to partake in that peyote, to be able to transport that peyote. And yes, the federal requirement does say all you need is a CIB, but that means 400,000 plus Navajos can take that peyote. And it doesn't even need to be inside of the ceremony. It doesn't even need to be for ceremonial purposes, because they have their CIB. My understanding of this card, listening when I go to conventions, and I haven't missed a convention. I attend almost every year. Granted, during COVID, when it wasn't going on, I didn't attend. But we are always encouraged, go get your card. Make sure you have a membership card. And so, a part of that is not only the protection of us, but it's to protect the sanctity of that peyote, so that those of us who do carry it, we're using it in the way that we were taught. And so, it in terms of, what was stated earlier, who asked for the amendment language, the Azet Benagaha board asked for legislation that would help preserve and protect the peyote. And that was a meeting that I was invited to by the board members in April of this year. Using that, as well as the stories that are coming out from the patrol officers out of Utah and our very own Navajo Nation police officers, the amendment language was created. Again, to create a defense, to give those who are using it in a proper way, a way to defend themselves, instead of having to go to court to find somebody to defend them. And again, as I read in the card itself, and I'll be happy to scan you a copy of the card, and it does point to the card saying this will be implemented in accordance with Azet Benagaha of the Nez Nation Constitution and bylaws and other tribal, state, and federal laws. And it is signed by the Azet Benagaha board president. It used to be Stephen Benali, but now it is Willie Tracy. So any new membership cards that are issued are signed by President Willie Tracy. So, I just find it very interesting that, again, we have elected officials that are saying it's not required And these are the same elected officials who are saying that, we're overstepping what Navajo wants when it's stated in their bylaws and it's encouraged at the convention and it's encouraged by the chapter members who are voted into their positions to have a card. So I just want to state that for the record. And
Madam Chair, I think we lost you.
I'm sorry, I just now got a text message from a police officer, and I want to read it to everyone on the record. And what it states is, I understand federal law protects Native Americans to cultivate, harvest, and transport between state lines until they reach the Navajo Nation. Then this defense language protects them entering Navajo Nation only upon a probable cause traffic stop for violations other than transporting peyote, such as speeding, and is found in plain view. I believe there's a big misunderstanding. Without this, our officers will continue to enforce this. Our officers that are affiliated with NAC need only to disclose being a member, but are encouraged to possess a membership card. This topic of 638 law enforcement officers using peyote in ceremony is still pending litigation with and between BIA and a Northern Tribal PD. So based on that text message, it's still very controversial. Still, we question whether anybody should, be engaged in this. And I can tell you, when I worked for Senator Udall in Washington, D.C., I was asked that very question. I was asked, do you have a card that proves that you are a member of the Native American Church? And I said, yes, I do have a card. And I provided a copy that was put on record. So I think that, we need to make it clear that the is exception that is currently being made here on the Navajo Nation, because we do have many Navajo people who are a part of this ceremony, who are a part of this way of life. And I would be willing to compromise to just leave the language the way that it is, minus the to take out the defense. If Delegate Elmer Begay is also willing to compromise, that we keep the language as is. To try to help in addressing this issue, because I think that per Chair Naz, he doesn't have very much understanding of the religion. And then there's also comments made, as was made by Chair Daniel. So, in terms of, whether a church card is required to be carried, it's more than a church card. It's because our church is, per the federal government, per the laws of certain states, our church engages in ingesting a controlled substance. But many of us don't believe that. We believe peyote to be a sacrament. And so I think there's still a lot of confusion and a lot of education, and I'd be willing to take this to the board to ask them where they stand. And I did previously read the bylaws that allowed President Willie Tracy to speak on behalf of the board activities, and he does state that he agrees with the amendment language to provide that defense. So I would be willing to go back to the original language to keep it as is, if that will help move things along, but that would also require Delegate Elmer Begay to remove his amendment. And then we can make that amendment. And I'm sure that that Dana is listening in, and she can draft that language already, since it's already in the original Title 17, just to keep the language as is, with no amendments, and then no further amendments being made to it. So with that, Speaker So, I hope that I was able to address some of the concerns that were brought forward, and I really appreciate this lengthy discussion. And I can say that, that has been the argument of Azet Ben Agaha members and then also NAC members is, why do we have to carry a card that says that we are members of a church? Why do we have to prove that? Why do we have to, when we're employed, why do we have to put this on the record? Why do we have to, to let people know that we are members of this church? There's nothing wrong with it. And I believe that we do receive teachings. I know that I do receive teachings, and I take them to heart, especially when those teachings deal with my family. And I can say that if there's one thing that my church has taught me, it's the respect that you have for your spouse and the respect that you have for your family. And to me, that really, it's a great deal for me. And that's why you'll find me either at traditional ceremonies on weekends with my husband or attending Azet Ben Agaha, sitting alongside my husband as well. So with that, Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. With that, Elmer Brigade, just keep writing in your notebook. I'll come back to you. Honorable Jimmy Hinio, you have to run the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Chairman.
I'm just listening to all the conversations and comments. Again, I mean, you look at the from the view of a practitioner in the Navajo Nation courts, and when it comes to prosecution, and when it comes to defense, there are two different things and strategies involved, and you rely on the code and how it's written. And so I think the comments I'm hearing are above and beyond what this amendment is doing. And again, I'll state again for the record, hopefully somebody's listening. We are taking away defense that an individual Navajo citizen will have to rely on. They are following the law, meaning that they are in possession of peyote. At the same time, they're a valid card-holding member, and they are on their way to a bona fide ceremony, bona fide bakao. And they get stopped by the police. And I mean, they're different kind of officers, I'm sorry to say that, but there are officers that just want to just hook him and book him, that's what we used to call it, and just put him in. And so that's what my concern is, Jay, on this amendment, that we are pretty much right on the border of, I'm just kind of thinking Navajo Bill of Rights right now on equal protection and due process of law. And this amendment that was put in to Title 17 pretty much followed that. Every Navajo citizen has a right to equal protection of law and a right to due process. And therefore, to be heard in the court of law, be able to confront their witnesses, any witness that's testifying against them, and to provide their own defense. And even going down to access to a defense counsel. So therefore, when I practicing before the court, and if there is a person that wants to be defended by me, I would rely on this section of the Navajo Nation Code to say, hey, we do have a defense here. And if you look at the codes and the rules of procedures, there are defenses in there that are valid. And so this is one of them where a defense counsel would be able to effectively defend their client in the court of law and possibly get due process. So I didn't mention the I know it's not 24th Navigation Council. But if you read the amendment really clearly, it's taking away a defense. It's not really saying anything about how you're not valid if you're not carrying a card and stuff, but maybe it does. I'm sorry, I take it back. But my main focus is on the defense portion and being a practitioner in the courts, how I'd be able to effectively defend my client if this particular case were to come before us and argue in front of a court to say that this is a defense and part of the Navajo Nation Code. If we take it out, then we're effectively eliminating that defense. And earlier during the debate, I did hear a statement being made that this is one-sided. It's more of a prosecutorial side of it. I don't know if it's no. If this amendment goes through, then the statement that was made earlier will hold true that this is one-sided. It's more of a prosecution side rather than equally protecting all sides. So I'm just a change. And therefore, I believe that I really will have to vote red on this because I'm looking at the defense side of the picture right now and how some Navajo citizens, we all come across that. I'm sure we experienced that when we feel that we were unfairly prosecuted for, let's say, speeding. And that was a speeding. It was the person that passed me that was speeding. So she doesn't get the clout. What's your defense? Well, if we take this away, then there's no defense. That's the way I see it. Okay, now back to you.
Mr. Speaker, so this is Ms. Bowman, and I would like to make a statement before I leave the session. If you would please hear me out.
Ms. Bowman, we're in the middle of a discussion, and you interrupted a delegate who was in the midst of questioning the amending party. So I'll come back to you later when time permits, Ms. Bowman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Henio, sorry for that. Can you proceed with your question?
So that was the comments in the doc. And I was going to call on Ms. Bowman to see if she would offer some sort of input. If you would allow me from an order, I'd like to Ms. Bowman from the Public Defender's Office to make a statement.
Okay, then. Thank you very much. Ms. Bowman, can you go ahead and proceed with your statement from the Office of the Public Defender?
And was that a comment to the current discussion on the POD amendment?
To the current discussion, to the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Mr. Henio. Thank you for hearing me out. I believe that Mr. Elmer Begay is trying to make an amendment so that no one even gets arrested. Once you're arrested, you're put in jail, then you have an arraignment, then they set a hearing, and then you have to put out money from your pocket to get a defense counsel, and if you don't qualify for a public defender. So it is really inconvenient if it gets that far. You could lose your job, you could lose housing. If you get convicted, there are a number of collateral consequences anytime a person is arrested for anything. That's my comment regarding the current discussion. And if they can prove that they're a member of a federally recognized tribe by a CIB and that they're going to a ceremony, that should be sufficient to make an arrest. And that, I believe, is what I think the law said before. I haven't really looked at that particular law, but it's from what I'm hearing. The only other statement that I would like to make is that I can state unequivocally that I always follow my ethical rules. And I have been practicing for 36 years. And we have never been invited or notified that there was even a group working to amend Title 17. And the last time we worked on it was 2 years ago. And so when we found out by seeing the agenda of the Law and Order Committee, we asked Dana for a copy of the proposed amendments, and we were refused that copy. We were told that you can either ask the chair or you can wait till the amendment was dropped into the queue so that it could be worked on by the various committees and tribal council. And we were never, neither I or my staff were ever invited or even told about the work sessions. So I can say that because I have heard otherwise, that we were invited. And in fact, Mr. Vernon Jackson never did inform me that that was going to take place. So I would like the council to know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that the question was very specific in terms of what the Public Defender's Office, like where they stood on the amendment. And I think that the following comments were not, they weren't.
Point of order, Speaker.
So I just wanted to call that point of order because a specific question was asked to Ms. Bowman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point of order. Before I go back to your point of order, another point of order was called by Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, what's your point of order?
When a point of order is called, generally you have to cite a rule that's being violated within the conduct of the committee. And this was clearly just a silence perspective and debate from the defender, which seems to be consistent with what's going on right now.
Okay, thank you very much for that reminder, Honorable Slater. And Madam Chair, I know your point of order is requesting that Ms. Bowman speak to the question that was being posed. So I will go ahead and do that. And the site of code of conduct, think that I don't think that that conduct was in the interest of the Public Defender's Office, that she was just referring to her not being informed of the Title 17 meetings that were being occurring during the time. And she did reference that the prosecutor's office did not notify her too also. So with that, Ms. Bowman, can you just go ahead and relate to the question that was posed to the amendment directly? Just to the amendment, nothing else.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, at the time I made my request, I also said I wanted to make a final statement before the session was over. I said that first, and then Mr. Henio also wanted me to respond to his question, which I did, and then I made my final statement about we were not involved or invited to participate in any of these sessions that has to do with revisions of Title 17. So I did request that I also make that statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your request. making a statement and making your statement to the amendment only, not to the entirety of the legislation, just to amendment number 1. So with that, I'm going to go back down to the queue, and Carl Slater, you're up.
Thank you, Chair, Speaker. So as I read the amendment right now, this will delete the language that is being added, but it will not preserve the existing defense that I think is on page 91. And if I can pull that back up again, of course, the text keeps crashing. Please give me one moment, since this is a 263-page document. If you go to page 91, there's the strikeouts. And let's see here. It says A, peyote. The listing of peyote, more commonly known as azet, in subsection A does not apply to the use of azet by an enrolled member of an Indian tribe for bona fide ceremonial purposes in connection with Navajo. Individuals who use, possess, or transport azet for use in Navajo are exempt from this prohibition. Azet is lawful in the Navajo Nation. So I think that language is really good because it's consistent with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, which does not use Native American church in its language and does not require cards. And I'm very hesitant for the nation to start mandating and requiring those things. I think history shows that at any point when you start mandating cards, insignia, all sorts of things related to the practice of culture and religion, it doesn't lead to a good place. And I'm also skeptical of the creep of the government in interfering in religion, as opposed to just preserving it and then letting the practitioners make decisions among themselves. And so those are two concerns that I have right now. And, it'd be my hope that the Office of Legislative Counsel would have caught this so that they would be preserving the defense as it stands right now, which is strong and consistent with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, which the new language is not. And as Ms. Johnson shared, but I'm going to move to table this legislation until the end of the agenda. And that would be also considering the new legislations that are eligible for action. And I'm going to do that because, a lot of the council is considering 263 pages for the first time. And even 20 days is a lot considering the schedule of delegates and all the other legislations that are presently being considered. This is just one issue. And we've already heard of a couple other that the Public Defender's Office has identified, and we haven't received any reassurance that those corrections are going to be made before or be ready for council. And considering that the defense wasn't preserved in this amendment from what I can see, despite Delegate Begay trying to include that, I'm concerned that we're not providing adequate time. You can say that this is not going to be perfect, but we're talking about people's life and liberty here and their ability to be free on this earth. And so I think that, we shouldn't be that callous and say, well, it's not going to be perfect. I mean, nothing is ever perfect, but I still think that we need to operate at a higher ethical and moral standard when we're talking about life and liberty here and justice, and not just focus on the punitive aspects. So, that combined with, a concession that this has not been run by the board, that because of that, in the bylaws, it says that the ABNDN board president is authorized to speak on board actions, but there has been no board action related to this legislation, and none of that's been conveyed to the council. The president, I assume, is speaking as the president, but not on behalf of the entire board because there's been no board action. So I'm going to motion to table until the end of this Naabik'íyáti committee special session agenda, and that would be the last legislation considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Honorable Slater, you motion to table the legislation and the timeline that you have referred to is to the end of this current agenda. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, before I ask for a second motion, this goes through, this legislation will be added, put on at the end of this current agenda, and we will hear it tomorrow as we reconvene for Naabik'íyáti Committee, or when we reach the end of the agenda, should I say. So with that, before I go forth to work for a second, if I get a second on this tabling motion by Honorable Slater, the tabling motion just, I'm just going to go directly to roll call vote. Only at council, the sponsor has 3 minutes to provide a response. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for a seconding motion.
Second, Stewart.
Seconded by Honorable Wilson Stewart. So this, we have the motion in place and second in place, and as we move forth on this table motion, there's no debate on this. So we're going to move forth with roll call votes at this time. Staff, can you proceed with roll call votes?
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yellow votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate
Honorable
Begay
Paul
votes
Begay.
red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 10 delegates who voted in favor, 9 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Otto So not voting.
Okay. Motion carried. Legislation has been tabled. 10 in favor, 9 opposed, with presiding chair not voting, 3 excused, 1 absent. And this legislation has been tabled to the end of the current agenda when we get to the end of this agenda. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move forth on to the next item on the agenda, the 7A, new business consent agenda.
To the Chair Henio.
Honorable Chairman Henio.
Shinada, Chairman, Speaker Soche. I'd like to offer a motion to suspend the floor rules to add legislations to the agenda.
Okay, suspend the floor rule. The floor rules to add agendas, legislation to agenda. With that, that is your motion. Let me call for a second in the motion.
Delegate
Okay, Honorable Paul Begay. And Chairman Henio, can you go ahead and give us the listing of the legislations that you want to add to the agenda?
Shinada, Chairman, Che. First legislation is 241-22. That's ready for Naabik'íyáti. And then after that, I'm open to any amendments or additions. That's my motion, 241-22, and I'm open to any other requests for modification.
Thank you very much. Have a motion in place, the second in place to add on special rules to add on a agenda, to add to legislation to agenda. And legislation number 0241-22 has been named, and Chairman Henio is open to other legislations to be added to the agenda. So,
Delegate
can I get Mr. Rico to read the title into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0241-22 is an action relating to the Resource and Development and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving the purchase of property known as the Chavez Ranch, consisting of 6,349 acres, more or less, located near Tuajele Navajo Nation, waiving 16 NNC Section 325 RDCO-78-16 and the Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Rules and Regulations, approving the expenditure of Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Trust funds for the purchase of the Chavez Ranch property. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jimmy, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, and co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Legislation has been read into the record.
Okay, Yellow here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to request two legislation to be added on. Legislation number 259-22 and also 249-22. Those two legislations.
Thank you very much. Can I get Manuel Rico to read the two, or Jamie, Honorable Henio, you okay to add on these two legislations?
Oh, okay. I'll be back.
Sheila, with that, I'm going to go ahead and have the Rico reading to the record.
Now just kept me out of the queue.
Okay, so go ahead and read in 259.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0259-22 is an action relating to the Research and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committee's Navajo Nation Council, approving $8 million from the Citizen Fund for the Navajo Community Development Financial Institution to provide loans and support for small businesses across the Navajo Nation, approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. In regards to legislation 0249-22, that is actually final authority at the Budget and Finance Committee, so it's not at Naabik'íyáti. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That legislation has been read into the record 0259-22. And then Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, legislation 0449, correction 249-22 as had the final authority at Budget and Finance Committee. So that Budget and Finance Committee has acted on that, and they are the final authority, and it looks like that passed, and that has passed its law.
Thank you very
Honorable
much.
Yellow.
Yes,
Sheila.
Speaker. Thank
With
you.
that, going to come back down to Honorable Jing So.
Another to add on side of street credit she has modified Indians. Remember to the legislation 0238 or legislation 0233. Yeah. Thank you. To add on requesting to add on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. These two
Oh,
legislations.
0238.
Legislation 0238-22 and legislation 0233-22.
Oh,
We'll go ahead and have Manuel Rico read the legislation to the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0238-22 is an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $1,875,231 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to replenish the 110 chapters emergency fund accounts, waiving 12 NNC section 820O. Tracking number 0233-22 is an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $65,000 from the Citizen Fund for the demolition and cleanup of the former Smith's Cafe business site under the Chinle RBDO, approving the related expenditure plan. Both legislations are sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. 0238-22 is also co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So and Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. Mr. Speaker.
By the person mute here. So, Chairman Henyo indicated that he was open to addition to the suspension of any legislation to the suspension of full rules. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Honorable Paul Begay, legislation 259-22, legislation 238-22, and legislation 0233-22. You concur with adding these legislation on with this suspension of full rule?
So I do concur with that. Thank you.
I wish you not. Thank you very much. Moving on down the line, Honorable Carl Slater.
Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to request an amendment to the motion, and that is to include legislation 239-22. Thank you. Or a modification on there.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Jamie Henyo again indicated verbally he's open to adding on additional legislation to this suspension of floor rules that he has proposed in a motion to. And Honorable Paul Begay, you concur with this proposed legislation to be added on?
Okay, so I do agree.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go back to Emmanuel Rico to read the legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0239-22 is an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, the Budget and Finance, and the Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $111,554 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Department of Denied Education for internet costs at 56 sites, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That concurs from both the motioning party and seconding party to this suspension of full rule time. Moving on down the line, Honorable Albert Begay.
Good evening, Chair, Speaker. So I'd like to make a modified amendment to add legislation 232-22.
232. Adding on legislation 232-22 to the suspension of full rules held by Honorable Jamie Henyo, which verbally indicated that he's open to adding on legislation. Honorable Paul Begay, I just need your concurrence. Honorable Paul Begay.
Yes, I do concur.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to Daniel Rico to read the legislation to the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0232-22 is an action relating to the Resource Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $17,513,187 from the Citizen Fund for the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated for NNSCI's proposed expansion of the Telecom Shopping Center, approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, moving on down the line. Any other delegates that need modification to this amendment here? Suspension of floor rule. Once, twice, 3 times. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go to second reading. Second reading, Manuel.
Thank you, Speaker. The modification, the suspension of the floor rules and adding legislations. Legislations include legislation 0241-22, which will be new item D, 0259-22, new item E, 0238-22 as new item F, 0233-22 as new item G, 0239-22 as new item H, and 0232-22 as new item I. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. We're reading that to the record. Second reading. Moving on down and can I go ahead and proceed with roll call vote?
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Once more, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes red via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote is.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Vote as yourself.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 2 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Okay. Motion carries. The suspension of floor rules, adding on 7 legislation and 17 in favor, or correction, 6 legislation. I'm sorry, 6 legislation and passed with 17 in favor, 2 opposed, and with chair not voting. And will be added on towards at the end of the agenda, of the current agenda. And we will have a new agenda, the modified agenda out as soon as staff gets to it. Moving on down to 7A, consent agenda. And go ahead and call for a motion. 7A.
Motion,
Delegate Paul Begay.
Delegate
Motion.
Yellowhair, second.
Consent agenda, motion by Paul Begay, second by Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, let me go ahead and go to Mr. Manuel Rico to read the item into the record.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. A, consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of the following legislations. Legislation 0231-22, an action relating to the Resource Development Committee, the Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving a memorandum of agreement between the Navajo Nation and the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation, ONHIR, for the Lower Highway 89 development, authorizing the President of the Navajo Nation to accept a gift of the Lower Highway 89 land from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise and submit an application to place the Lower Highway 89 land into trust under Public Law 96-305. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 0253-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees, approving and supporting the Utah State Indian Child Welfare Act. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0254-22, an action requesting the state of Arizona and state of Colorado to develop, in consultation with the Navajo Nation, an Indian Child Welfare Act to be enacted under state law. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0262-22 in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Amber Knazbakrati's Delegate Region, Chapters Cove, Totalina, Two Gray Hills, Red Valley, Sheep Springs, Clabato, Gadi'a, and Tokoi. Legislation is sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Knazbakrati, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0263-22 in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.'s Delegate Region, Chapters Crystal, Fort Defiance, Red Lake, and Sawmill. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0265-22 in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Elmer P. Begay's Delegate Region. Chapters Delcon, Indian Wells, T-Still, Whitecone, Greasewood Springs. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0266-22 in action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Vince R. James, Delegate Region, Chapters Jedito, Cornfields, Ganado, Kankakee, and Steamboat. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0267-22 in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation's Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.'s Delegate Region, Chapters Tachi, Blue Gap, Mini Farms, Noslini, Solani, Cottonwood, Low Mountain. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. This legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0268-22 in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Eugene So's Delegate Region, Chapter Chinle. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much for reading those legislations into the record. We have a motion in place, and we have a second in place. Our consent agenda policy rules, there's no debate on the consent agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed to staff with roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knazbakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Knazbakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable
Green.
Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote those. Store show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislations. Zero 231-22, 0253-22, 0254-22, 0262-22, 0263-22, 0265-22, 0266-22, 0267-22, and legislation 0268-22 has passed Naabik'íyáti committee and is destined for council at this time. So motion carries. Moving on down the line. 7B, legislation 0221-22. Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Yeah, Delegate James here.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0221-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $150,000 from the Citizen Fund for the Cornfields Chapter Veterans Organizations Courtyard, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
With that, and call for a motion.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Motion by Honorable Yellowhair. Second motion.
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. With that, Honorable James, are you on the line?
Yeah, Speaker, Delegate James here on the line.
Good evening, Honorable James. With that, before I go to the sponsor, I'm going to ask the committee, we can address this 2 ways. First was that we can go ahead and allow and give time to the sponsor sometime 20 minutes to present. Or if the Navajo Nation, the Naabik'íyáti committee is in concurrence, we can go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. So how would the committee, does the committee have any questions to this particular legislation? Going once, twice, 3 times. All righty, I'm gonna go ahead and call staff to proceed with roll call vote, since there's no questions to this legislation.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yellow with screen. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Double green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote two. So.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhead votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates to oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and with chair not voting. And legislation 0221-22 carries on to Navajo Nation Council. With that, moving on down the line, legislation Okay, legislation number 0234-22. Gonna go ahead and have Manuel read the legislation to the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0234-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $244,749 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Legislative District Assistance Program and waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, Section 820F, and Section 820J and Section 820L. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. You do have committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend it do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Call for motion.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair, recognize your motion. Second in motion.
Second, Charles Newton.
Honorable Charles Newton. Take your second here. With that, and then again, I'm going to give you an option. You can address this legislation in 2 ways. You can go ahead and proceed with roll call vote if everybody can is in consensus of this particular legislation. Then also the other is we can have a full debate on this and allow the sponsor 20 minutes of his time. On this case, it's Mr. James, Honorable James. So, community members, how do you wish to take care of this? If I don't hear anything, no consensus or any, if I don't hear anything, I will take that as a consensus, and then we'll go ahead and proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning the
Okay, Madam Chair Karate, going to speak, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable James. Floor. 20 minutes.
Speaker, other members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Janat Ahnuhlaniki, Shet Kahasinglo, Kodod Eya, Dita Nalsosbedana, Dita Ahiki, Kodo Legislative District Assistant, Kodon Hika and Dadwa Egi, Bishpan Sa'anani Glini, Ajabe, so it's up Oscillator, Latobe, Nada and the Stobe, Egi, Ako Kodon Hitaton Nils, so Ashid or Bahasito de Shanale Speaker, Kachi quite not the kitty, Venia, the Aya Ecuador, Sotado. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. James, for your presentation of legislation 0234-22. With that, we have a motion in place by Honorable Yellow Hair and second motion by Madam Charles Newton. So with that, Madam Chair Karate, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Serge, for the floor, and Delegate James for this legislation. My question is regarding the source of funding that it's being requested is the UUFB, the undesignated unreserved fund balance. During the fiscal year budget, there was conversations with Navajo Nation delegates and leadership regarding how we were going to approach the permanent trust fund excess, and there was an agreement that we would put those dollars into the UUFB but we would come back together and have a discussion on what are the priorities of the nation and how we would move forward with appropriating those dollars. And my question is, has that conversation taken place to develop the priorities of the nation and the government? And how does this legislation play into that? The second area is regarding when we talk about carryovers, the legislative branch also received a limit in how much funding they could carry over. Could you give me an idea in terms of if that was approved, and if the legislative branch considered using some of their carryover dollars to address this unmet need? That would be my questions. Thank you.
And Honorable James, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you. Honorable James.
Another speaker. Ado kodo dash masane. Honorable Amber Crowdy kodo na din kidako. Ado nana kojet UUFB ajabe sonante do benia. Ihinane di ka jokot ao. Il ishjane ahodol ni dil keta hona ao. Ajabe so il ketas do hait ao HD do inkligi. Jo she ba kon so ato lato il neta ko. Akon de kodo ni legislative district assistant nakate il nishiki. Alto aje kodo base ba yini kate le ko for fiscal year 2023 be ko. Ako na oka higishin yado le ko. Ado nana si hasen. Aje be base on de higi to kot ao be hata si zi ne ko. Be kate di kato be ishtan eta hodil ni. Dit au hot a base such a deal in the no. Be kate di kati nene to ado iliago. The question legislations di kaiselin ko. Do be landa si idlin do be kate ni kaiselin ko. Ako aje do be nia di kati nene. Do be honey ho kot a be. Be ka ije do be kate si zont aje si hasen be based on linigi chidesil in the ko. Shin la do be na jen sa ke so shin do kodo. Na oka higi in hijen dish le ko kojeta na khadil nishigi ko or LDAs ko aje pa hojo pa ko hinzen ko ado kot ao ba yana nil thi ho to lato o yo na te kuil o alto do na hayat eta ko ni da kotza kha shin etso lini ndas ni ko ni he LDA zamba da hayos na ko kote ha shin dit au na hadel neshigi in handal neshigi ba ta ni di ni ko kot au ni hit in handal neshe base but aber o handal le ko de ko han she ko to base ko do in hitato nit ko shmasane ko shi ko do da nade ni bihigi na din ashla aje bespansa anana ne lehigi ado anta kodo ani langen ha danas kedo lehigi shinto aje benia ihinane di kato kodo bespansa anan ha lange das dadon hayalt hito lehigi shi aje lachna de silt shi ade hot ischane anata hodil ni lako dit one c case dit beso chidil in no shi ade be hil na huil net do le ko kod out not nasti do le shamasane honorable Amber Crowdy do ha shana huil Janelle Speaker.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the answer to Madam Chair Crowdy. And I think that Madam Chair Crowdy is back in the queue here, and I'm going to come back for a follow-up to Madam Chair Crowdy.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I did not hear if there was a discussion on the priorities. Was there a discussion on the priorities of the nation on how we move forward with the UUSB? I understand there's a need for the program, and I understand all of the budget forms are in order. But what I'm addressing is the discussion that took place and that collectively Navajo Nation leadership was going to have a discussion on the priorities and how we were going to use the UUSB. That's what I'm looking for. And I just need to verify if that conversation took place. And I just need to verify if what was the listing of priorities, as in every discussion or every legislation we hear there's an unmet need, there's a shortage of staff, there's critical areas that we need to address. And so what I'm looking for is a more conversation on, if I could recall during the branch chief discussion, there was, I'm not sure if Budget and Finance made the directive, but we've been waiting years for the 3 branch chiefs to develop this priority listing. And so I'm not sure if the sponsor would have that information. So let me ask, do we have any, and I understand it's late, so do we have anyone on the call who would be able to answer that? If Navajo Nation leadership, I haven't seen an invitation or a discussion, but that doesn't mean it hasn't taken place. Is there a priority listing? Maybe, is there anyone from the Office of Management and Budget or the Office of the Controller still on the call that would be able to help assist in seeing if there was priorities that have been addressed, if the 3 branch chiefs have reconvened, or if there was some discussion in terms of what are the priorities and how to move forward with this funding? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair Crowdy. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the controller line to see if any discussion has happened pertaining to leadership's priority of the UUFB. So Mr. Willie, are you on the line? Okay. Mr. Willie or Madam Controller, are you on the line? Staff is getting a hold of the controller's office at this time, Madam Chair, and give us a few minutes. Just a few minutes on this, and try to get staff on the call. I know it's 10:30 at night, but we'll go ahead and have that information. Madam Controller is going to call in a few minutes, and that way we could have that question posed to rephrase to Madam Controller when she gets on the line. Give us a few minutes. Anybody on? Okay. Hey, Madam Controller. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Elizabeth.
Madam Controller, thank you for being on call this late hour with the Navajo Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Madam Chair Crotty to rephrase her question pertaining to any dialogue pertaining to the UUFB Navajo Nation priorities. Have there been any discussion? So I'm going to turn it over to Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Chair, can you rephrase your question to Madam Controller?
Yes, thank you. So, good evening, Delegated Controller Begay. I hope you had a great investment meeting today. My question was, this legislation 0234-22 is requesting funds from the UUFB. And my question was, during the budget debate for fiscal year 2023, as delegates and leadership, we had a conversation about when we moved the permanent trust fund in interest income, when there was that excess of 20 million, that we would move it to the UUFB and have a discussion with Navajo Nation leadership on how to set priorities for the nation and how to allocate those dollars. So my question is, has there been any discussion regarding the priorities of the nation when it comes to either the unmet needs or how to move forward in allocating the current UUFB fund? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you very much,
Ye-
Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Controller Begay, can you proceed with answering the question that's posed to you?
Yes, thank you, Speaker Otoso and Madam Crotty for that question. There was no discussion on how to expend that 20 million that went into UUFB from the permanent trust fund income. So right now, the UUFB has 22 million because before we transferred the 20 million, there was only 1 million left on the UUFB, a little over 1 million. So now, the last calculation we had was 22 million available UUFB. So that's the response on the question about UUFB.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. And what you're saying is that there was no discussion pertaining to the 20 million set aside on the permanent trust fund. That's what I got from your question, or the answer that you posed the question, or the answer you did for the question. So, Madam Chair Crotty, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Pushing on. With that, moving on down the line. Any other delegates have any question pertaining to legislation 0234-22?
Delegate, so I do have a follow-up.
Madam Chair, Karate?
Yes, so part of the question, and I'm not sure if the sponsor would know, so I'd have to direct the question to you, is in the fiscal year budget, there was a carryover amount. And it looks like the legislative branch received $1 million more in appropriation, according to the OMB memo. Could you provide, if you have any insight, if you've received your carryover amounts, and what does that look like, and if there could possibly be funding to address this unmet need with either the carryover or the additional appropriation that was made during the fiscal year budget? Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, Karate, in the legislative branch, I believe we only received a $59,000 carryover for ethics and rules. The $1 million carryover was a threshold for the legislative branch. That's how the carryover information was presented to the legislative branch. The only carryover we received was for the Ethics and Rules Office in the amount of $59,000. And I could check tomorrow when the finance team gets back into the office tomorrow morning to get additional information if there was additional carryover information that other dollars that we may have received, but what I was told is that $59,000 was the only carryover that the legislative branch received, and the rest was the $1 million was a threshold for the legislative branch that was agreed upon between the three branch chiefs agreement. Madam Chair, correct. That's my answer to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Moving on down the line, I don't see anybody in the queue pertaining to legislation 0234-22. So with that, we're going to go ahead and I don't see anybody in the queue. Any questions pertaining to this particular legislation? You go once, twice, 3 times. Staff, proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Double green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote Liz.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, don't share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Soldier Yellowhead votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Chairman So, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. I'm going to indicate that the motion has carried. 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. And legislation 0234-22 proceeds to nomination council. And carried. With that, before I go on to the next to the legislation, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, Shanella, could you send a new agenda so I can follow along? I think we had that last agenda, and asked on that was the legislation we just discussed. So we could get that sent out. Appreciate that. Here, Shanella.
Thank you very much. Staff is working on this at this time, getting the second or the third amended agenda out to you guys. So, we'll get it out once we get it all done. Moving on down the line, legislation number 0241-22, sponsored Honorable Jamie Hinio. Are you on the line?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, legislation 0241-22, Hinio. With that, Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read this legislation to the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0241-22, an action relating to resource development and Naabik'íyáti Committee's and Navajo Nation Council approving the purchase of property known as the Chavez Ranch, consisting of 6,049 acres, more or less, located near Toajale Navajo Nation, waiving 16 NNC Section 325, RDCO-78-16, and the Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Rules and Regulations, approving the expenditure of the Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Trust for the purchase of the Chavez Ranch property. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Henyo, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So you do have a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee. Legislation has had under consideration and reports they do pass with no amendments and includes a standing committee reassignment that added Budget and Finance Committee. You do have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee where the legislation was tabled without amendment and therefore referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you very much. Motion by Honorable Daniel So.
Second, Daniel, Delegate Paul Begay.
Motion and second has been placed by Honorable Daniel So and Honorable Paul Begay. Action on again, we can address it two ways. There's no questions to this particular legislation when I call for consensus. We can go directly to vote, or someone has a question, we will go ahead and proceed with the regular process and allowing the sponsor 20 minutes to present his legislation here. So if you guys want to proceed with the roll call vote directly with the consensus on legislation 0241-22, which was read into the record electronically and by Mr. Rico himself. So committee members, do you have any questions for this particular legislation? Go once, twice, 3 times. Staff, proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Khanez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Khanez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Khanez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote is
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is go show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Ed Benyazi, how do you vote? Honorable Ed Benyazi. Honorable Ed Benyazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes big green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Ed Benyazi, how do you vote? Honorable Ed Benyazi. Honorable Ed Benyazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor, 2 delegates who
Speaker,
opposed.
Delegate Brown, I vote red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. With that, Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 14 delegates who voted in favor, 3 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 14 in favor, 3 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, moving on down the line. Legislation number 0233-22. Manuel, can you proceed with reading the legislation to the record? $233.
259.
Is it 259? No. Okay, legislation 259. Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0259-22 in action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving $8 million from the Citizen Fund for the Navajo Community Development Financial Institution to provide loans and support for small businesses across the Navajo Nation, approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. We do have a committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Legislation 0259-22 has been read to the record. And with that, we'll call for motion.
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Seconding motion.
Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Smith seconds the motion. With that, we have the sponsor on the line, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, who is present. Again, we have 2 ways to address this legislation. One is to go through the normal process of allowing the agent 20 minutes. The other is if we're in a consensus, and if I don't hear anybody who don't have any questions, by the time I call for 3 times, I will go ahead and proceed to roll call vote. So with that, committee members, do you have any questions pertaining to this legislation? 0259-22. Go one.
Chair.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you.
You have a question, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Jimmy O here. You have 20 minutes to proceed with your presentation.
Yate, Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a very special meeting. Kodo, Speaker, he's additional 24 councilmen. Kodo, I'm very proud to be as a sponsor for this very important legislation which related to the Navajo Community Development Financial Institution. Bebehaltelsen is an independent lender and it provides loans to qualified applicants who are starting a business or expanding operation through equipment and inventory purchase. Auto and the building renovation, auto leasehold improvement, auto on the working capital. As you all know, the NCDFI, the a community development within the Navajo Nation. They are certified through United States Department of Treasury as a community development financial institution with Diego. The certification number on the top one they are eligible to receive a new market tax credit from federal CDFI funds. Visit as a community development financial institution funds. But they also incentivize community development and economic growth through the use of tax credit that attracts private investments to distressed community. Ayat eko betanal ina bananas nalya pahangan nishiten nalya ta huloniki nalya yazita aratatan sadita uta it is a deep mission statement dikia adni ben hitahasti. They provide financial product to individual businesses and community to build strong economic based on individual initiative, entrepreneurial, and also community traditional values. Mission. Aron Lego Nasco testing provision. Development financial infrastructure. Hello.
Sorry, Mr. Yell here. Please.
Continue. Oh, yeah, auto craggy stuff with economic and a Navajo Nation. Now, yeah, but I have that auto traditional further economic development and the net been hit the net community. Been hit the econ. And it's not illegal. He's not sticky. He's not yet out on the financial catalyst that also supported strengthening the provide sector to create a provide business economic hotel. Pa ben his national on auto shed or kodo Johnny a kodas for a travel enterprise governmental entities to create jobs. Nancy, the Nepahaloton and Sapi, Yake in the Taki, Aropa, Beba Hall, Bebe Hutnaga Quaki, opportunity, or in service and order, could on Zunigo improve the quality enough for the Navajo community. One Sakoe Yaiba on a house net out to have 2 agents. I think there's still a weight limit not so 2 of them are Tom Ranger, like Tom Gordon, yes. Could is not the kitty, even not the kitty could just like the speaker. So
Honorable Tom Ranger.
Tom Ranger.
Honorable
I'm your
Mr. Ranger or Mr. Gordon. You guys on the line?
I am on the line. I don't know if Mr. Gordon is right now.
Oh, okay. This is Mr. Ranger. So we're going to come to you, Mr. Ranger. You're an agent to the legislation.
Okay.
Mr. Ranger, you can proceed with your presentation. The sponsor has referred some time to you.
Chair Tom Ranger, Chair Vice Chair, and the Navajo CDFI. Did a jungle Mr. Yellowhair and Kahod in that class, a neg, though did it out switch a neg, I could back a mission in Gido, did this. Now, yeah, that eggy small business would you get quite. Yeah, because nature quite on ego. The business deals was what they quite net Tiap Kai. Of course, did EC quite the COVID on us day quite hot side. 80, it's on 8 IC Yego. And now none that did the small business out. Yeah, get it quite. I ask you, that's which indeed quite, that's which that they called. Aunt Egon does, and she did the government, Navajo Nation, the NTOA, that's Aunt Egon done, she get what's cut they done, she got all they in that article. Yet most of them had some type of a pay still in terms of payroll. These are small business that egg or double ten days yet. They did that as a call. When the door's shut, there's no business to send the aquab. I don't know, he gets on which that is called. They weren't, there was no payroll for them at all. They would the Department of Health then that I get on ego so I see I don't need none of these small businesses that so we were probably the last to open up. Went about 18 months where businesses were shut down. Ebony Nafti, that a lot of these businesses actually gone out of business. So that data which is that they called. For about 18 months they continued to have to take care of their lease, their utilities, the businesses that couldn't basically on day gets that then I see Diego, which in that we know quite. The clients that loans we'd like to go ahead and continue to help them to be able to get back on their feet. That's what expenditure planning a car. Of course, not only Mr. Speaker, Mr. Soto, and ego not only than send you but I is about Sito little here. So,
Agushina, thank you very much for that. I'm going to turn the floor back over to Mr. Yellowhair. Does this complete your presentation for legislation 0259-22?
Oh, yes, oh, yeah, Ziggy or Aquatero, position, Hunas Later, speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move forth with have that in place. We have a motion in place. We have a second in place. And Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Schneider, Delegate Yellowhair, for sponsoring the legislation, and Mr. Ranger for providing the presentation in addition to Delegate Yellowhair's presentation. I serve as a shareholder representative on the CDFI, and I've repeatedly asked for financial information and for reporting, and I've conveyed that on different calls and to Mr. Gordon, and I want to reiterate that now because, well, I'm generally supportive of the CDFI and I'm generally supportive of this endeavor. I'm really not sure I can vote for it at this time unless I get that information. And, you know, I'll just share that at this point because I would like to give the CDFI an opportunity to provide that to me before tomorrow's special session, and that's all I have to share at this time. Yield back to you. I don't need a response. I just hope that the CDFI will reach out and I'll be able to get that information so that I can make a decision on supporting the legislation tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Yellowhair, turn the floor back over to you. Then an answer to questions that have been provided, and then also to Mr. Ranger. Let's have the floor.
Thank you, Sule. I'll turn the floor to Mr. Ranger. Thank you very much, Mr. Ranger.
Mr. Ranger, you have the floor.
Thank you. Delegate Slater, we would just be happy to provide whatever information you'd ask. I believe you know Mr. Gordon's email address. If you could just directly address him, and we could provide you whatever necessary documents that you're requesting. I wasn't aware that you had requested this as, you know, the vice chair. We do have, you know, yearly audits. We have, you know, certification from the Treasury. We have, you know, whatever information that you would like. Again, we'd be happy to provide that. I will get a hold of Mr. Gordon this evening and let him know that you'd be expecting, you know, some kind of a response from him in this regard, and we'd be happy to provide that information, sir. Thank you for your question.
Delegate Daniel So request to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ranger, for that. Answering Mr. Carl Slater's question. And just later, does that answer your question?
It's helpful. I think, you know, I'm waiting for more reporting on what the CDFI's operations are and what they've been doing, and really the viability of the model right now, because the whole point is it's supposed to be a revolving fund and not seeking additional funding. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Slater. Moving on down the line, Daniel So.
Chair Lasitilla, Chair Otosu, the Naabik'íyáti committee members, Otto Che, Jimmy Yellowhair, sponsoring this legislation. I guess, Mr. Ranger, I'd like to point out a significant aspect. This legislation is before the Naabik'íyáti committee.
and any questions asked is through the committee. And so I'm a little bit perturbed that you're asking Vice Chair Slater to email the CEO. The CEO, through your representation, should be told, you need to get this information to Honorable, not only Honorable Vice Chair Slater, but the whole Naabik'íyáti committee. And that would be my aspect to remind you the proceedings of the Naabik'íyáti. The other is, okay, I'm questioning, how far does this proposed dollar amount, $8 million, how far do you see it going? How many entities would you think you're going to basically give startup monies to? And I guess you already have applicants. And what is the average dollar amount that these applicants are requesting? And I'm just wondering if this, it's a big underestimate, because the original dollar amounts that you were funded with exceeded this $8 million. So I'm just wondering what kind of assessment that you have in hand that would basically tell the committee and the council that this dollar amount would be effective to starting how many businesses? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn the floor over to Mr. Ranger at this time.
Yes, appreciate that question. A little bit of a cold I'm getting over, so I have a deep voice here. Most of our loans are small loans, medium-sized loans, larger loans. Small loans, we have silversmiths, sheep or livestock folks that we go from anywhere 5 to 10,000. We've gone as much as 50 for larger businesses, and as much as 100,000, depending again on the business and their startup needs. We will provide this information that Mr. Slater has asked all the BNF committee or NABI committee members there. We just need to get their email addresses or whatever. That's not a problem. We can do that. I will get a hold of Mr. Gordon as our CEO and tell him to go ahead and provide whatever information that you've asked. Again, most of the struggles that we've had, or I'd say 100% of the struggles we've had, is the COVID and the effect it's had on small businesses. Again, other entities has continued to be open. They shut down. They continue to be compensated and so forth. Small businesses, they were totally shut down. Therefore, they weren't able to make their rent payments, lease payments, loan payments, whatever. And it's been a real struggle for a lot of these Navajo businesses. And prior to COVID, we were running for several years in the profit because of revolving, being able to replenish our loans with the loans that we've extended. But with COVID, it shut everything down. And I don't know, I can't express that anymore. However, that most of these businesses, several have shut down. That they just can't. They couldn't continue to operate in the red and try to borrow. And there were different funding opportunities out there, but a lot of them were very restrictive, and of course a lot of it was gone right away. But people who know how to apply for them and so forth. But again, small to medium-sized businesses probably, again, anywhere from 5, 10, 15. But we can provide all this information and give you some information in terms of the number, who it's to, and so forth. The different demographics that we have as far as who we gave these loans to and how they're doing. But I hope that answers your question. But again, appreciate your concern and your questions. And again, we'll provide this information to you as of tomorrow morning. Those who are on the NAWI committee, or we can send that out. That's not a concern, or we can do that. Thank you, sir.
Very much, Mr. Ranger, for providing a response to Honorable Daniel So's questions. Moving on down the line. Any other questions pertaining to legislation 0259-22?
Follow-up question, Delegate Daniel So.
Daniel So has a follow-up question. You're the only person in the queue. Proceed, Mr. So.
Chair also. Jimmy Ella here. Mr. Ranger. I guess the concern that I have is there was reference that the CDFI had received citizen funding before, and you're back to the council to get another lot of citizen funds, whereas there are communities that have not had the chance to access these citizen funds, and I really feel like this legislation is inappropriate because other entities within the Navajo Nation haven't had the chance to access the citizen funds. And in regard to the previous citizen funds, the $20 million that you've all expended in loans, how much are in, let's say, being paid back? Or the reason that you're giving is since they were shut down, then did I hear the implication that you didn't require them to repay on some of these loans? Mr. Ranger.
Mr. Ranger, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. So, in that regard, we've been able to. We've had what they call a loan loss reserve fund, which most financial institutions have, and because of that, we've been able to cover their loans as much as we could, in spite of them not being able to pay because there's no revenue coming in. And we'd like to go ahead and replenish that we can turn around and continue to give out loans again. We've probably given out over 100 loans, and we have about that many right now. Of the percentage, we're probably up to about 70 to 75% of them that actually have defaulted, that we've gone back and tried to work with them as much as we could. But that's an answer to your question in terms of trying to recover from COVID. Again, I can't overemphasize how many businesses have been directly affected by businesses just shutting down. Even now, there are several businesses that are still having struggles of getting back to what it was pre-COVID because of the, we're not totally on the nation. We're not totally, they haven't lifted all the restrictions yet. Of course, the mask is still required and so forth and so on. A lot of times we've had customers or clients tell us that people would rather frequent Farmington or Gallup or somewhere else because they feel it's safer there because there's no restrictions at all with mask or anything else. Whereas on the nation, it still is. And I guess it's kind of inconvenient for them to have to, continue to go by the guidelines rules. But that's after, that's at the discretion of the health department. But it has directly affected business on the Navajo Nation. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you very much for responding to the questions to Honorable Daniel So. With that, Chinanta, any questions pertaining to this particular legislation, 0259-22? Cameron Henio, you have the floor.
Chairman, Speaker Sokodo of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Just a question here. Well, go back a little bit. The 23rd Navajo Nation Council set aside some money for the PTF, the permanent fund interest to boom and boost economic development. And I remember during the quarterly meetings, update meetings, we had entities coming before the committee to give updates as far as what their progress is on the allocations that they received from their permanent fund income. And so I remember CDFI being one of the entities that received an allocation. And for the same purpose, boost small business to move forward with loans and so forth. And so the question to CDFI is that, what does your default rate look like? What's the percentage? Because I understand the funds that were allocated, there were many businesses that were not paying back. So what's the default rate look like?
Mr. Ranger, turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. So, and thank you, Mr. Henyo. We're at about 70% default rate right now since COVID. Prior to that, we had very little default. I mean, probably less than 4 or 5%. Since COVID, everything is turned upside down. So, in that regard, like COVID has directly hit small businesses more than anything else on the reservation. Again, between right around 70% is what we anticipate, what we see right now as far as the actual default rate. Prior, we didn't have any. We were in the process we were making in terms of, we could say we had no default rate prior to COVID, and we were sustaining, money was being revolved and so forth and so on. But since COVID, businesses being shut down for 18 months on the Navajo Nation, it has directly affected all the clients that we've had. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much with that answer for relating to the default rate percentage rate ratio. So with that, moving on down the line, committee members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, any other questions for the sponsor of legislation 0259-22?
Sure.
Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think I'd just like to clarify a little bit more to Mr. Ranger, because I thought he would have remembered it from prior conversations that we've had extending back to the CARES Act. And I think the line of questioning you've heard from Delegate Henyo and from Delegate So is consistent with what I'm interested in, the information I'm interested in obtaining. And that is, what was the default rate prior to COVID? What has it been since COVID? What is the viability of, the current folks you're working with, and how much do you think you can actually recover from them and their obligations to the CDFI? Chair, so do you mind muting? I think there's an echo and background noise.
Thank you, sis. The equipment. I'm going to try to mute other equipment over here. You can proceed with your recall, or Slater, Honorable Slater, proceed.
Thank you. Definitely the number of businesses that have been assisted, the average loan value, what sort of loan products are being offered and how they're being marketed. And then, if there have been any sort of forgiveness or anything like that, that leadership and the council should be aware of that, because that I don't think is the intention of how this was funded and set up in the first place. And I think moving forward, a real long-term strategic vision on how the CDFI is going to be viable in the current economic environment, because I have a lot of concerns, and I've seen a lot of businesses go under and a lot of economic activity decline on the reservation in a formal sense. And a lot of these businesses are kind of in between the informal and formal economy. So, those are some of the things I want to see. But the main issue that I have is that I've received like 1 or 2 year-end reports that are incredibly basic and don't have really anything substantive in them. And everything else has been verbal over the phone on the CDFI calls. And I never get anything in writing or anything to really explain what's going on, with the exception of some of these legislations that allocate funding. And I just don't feel that that's responsible. When the investment committee goes and speaks with the money managers, and that's kind of how I view you guys, it's not necessarily an investment of the nation's money for a return to the central government, but it's a return to the nation's economy as a whole. We receive really sophisticated and strong documentation. And I just wish that I was receiving the same sort of information from the CDFI. So that's my ask. And I just hope that I can get something, that contextualizes the CDFI within the regional economy, the national economy, how the 8 million is going to help, and where it's going to go. And there's a lot more to things that I'd like to see the CDFI do, but I'm not going to discuss that now. So thank you. That's what I would like to see.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Slater. With that, moving on down the line, any other questions by the committee members of the Naabik'íyáti committee? Not hear anything. Let's go back to Mr. Ranger.
Yes, Mr. Slater, we'd be happy to provide all the detailed information that you'd want in terms of pre-COVID and what's going on right now, number of clients that we have defaulted, and the analysis that we did in terms of their viability, in terms of what they're able to do. We've been able to identify those that we think are viable. Yes, some of them are totally shut their doors. I mean, they've just they're just done. And of course, we can't do anything for them. However, there's several that are still kind of hobbling along, if you will. And we can provide the specifics in terms of the number prior, the number after COVID, what the standing is, and so forth and so on, and what we project as far as the future to go in terms of having, the economy get back to what it was before COVID. Again, thank you, Mr. Slater. We were happy to provide that information to you and the rest of the members of NABI committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ranger, for providing an answer to Mr. Carl Slater and going to provide the information that he is requesting. Members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, any other questions pertaining to legislation 0259-22? Not hear anything. Going once, twice, 3 times. Staff, proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay, votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green, thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, and Honorable Seth Damon are excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio.
Any votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable
Delegate
Rick
James
Nez.
votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote Liz.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, Shehu.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 2 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Okay, motion carried. 50 in favor, 2 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries, and this legislation moved on to the nomination council. With that, going on to the next item on the agenda. Go ahead and read legislation 0238-22 into the agenda, Mr. Rico. Or yes, read the agenda to the record. Or read the legislation into the record.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much. This is Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you. 24 Council shares not appreciated by sharing needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0238-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $1,875,231 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to replenish the 110 chapters emergency fund accounts, waiving 12 NNC section 820. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. You do have a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
That calling for motion.
Motion, Delegate
Delegate
James.
Daniel So.
Daniel So motions. Second motion.
James.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. That committee members, particular legislation is requesting funding from the UEFB pertaining to the 110 chapter emergency fund account, waiving Title 12 Nomination Code subsection 820. So we can address it two ways. We can go ahead and it's a consensus. We can move forth on the vote and have all the delegates agree to it. And I'm going to ask if anybody has a question. No questions is going to be answered or is going to be asked. We'll go ahead and proceed with a roll call vote. But if someone wants to ask a question, we'll go through the regular process, allowing the sponsor to have 20 minutes of time to present his legislation. So with this, legislation 0238-22 has been read into the record. Motion by Daniel So, second motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Committee members, if it's a consensus, we're going to proceed with roll call vote. Any delegates have any questions pertaining to this legislation? Going once, going twice, 3 times. That proceeds with roll call vote.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, and Seth Damon are excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is, so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Okay, Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Edmond-Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmond-Yazzie. Honorable Edmond-Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion carries. In favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting on legislation 238-22 proceeds on to Navajo Nation Council. On to the next item to the agenda, item G. Manuel, can you read that into the record? Next legislation 0233-22.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0233-22, an action relating to the Resource Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $65,000 from the Citizen Fund for the demolition and cleanup of the former Smith's Cafe business site under the Chinle RBDO, approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So and co-sponsored by no co-sponsor. There are committee reports from the Resource Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Take the legislation as read into the record. And I'm going to call for a motion.
Begay.
Honorable Member P. Begay. Second the motion.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Second the motion. And we have the sponsor on the line. Committee members, we can address this legislation in 2 ways. We can go and address the legislation in the regular process to allow the sponsor 20 minutes to present, or if it's a consensus and there's no questions, we can go ahead and proceed directly to a roll call vote. So with that, committee members, are there any questions to this legislation 0233-22? Going once, twice, 3 times. With that, staff, can you proceed with roll call vote?
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yellow is green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorables Eugenia Charles Newton, Amber Canez Bacrati, and Seth Damon are excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote clear.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, got confused. So,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazdi. Honorable Edmund Yazdi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellow votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazdi. Honorable Edmund Yazdi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates.
Brown votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. That changes the vote to 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Legislation
Motion to recess.
0233-22 proceeds on to Naabik'íyáti committee or to the nomination council tomorrow. Moving on down the line, legislation 0239.
Motion to recess, Delegate James.
Honorable James.
Motion to recess.
Well, we're all on the roll. Let's finish out these 2, and then that leaves us with 0240 tomorrow to address Shinanta. If I could request that, and we're on a nice roll, and we could just finish these 2 H and I, and then we can recess after that. Ashbila.
Do we have to be done by midnight?
No. If we address these 2 legislations, we'll only have one more left tomorrow, and that one's the debate will continue for legislation 0240-22. That's pertaining to the Title 17 amendment. That way, we only have that on our plate tomorrow.
There's also 2 legislations out of Hess that need to be considered and added to the agenda from Delegate Eugene So.
Yes. So I mean that's if Hess signs off on the documents tomorrow on the committee reports. So we're up against that. If the committee meeting is here in Winter Rock and the Hess addresses it, and the chair or whoever chairs the meeting is going to sign it, it'll work. But if they're not here, if they're not around, when are you going to be able to sign the document? Because the special council session starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So that's why I'm trying to say if we can address H and I, and then that way we have 1 left, and then tomorrow we add on 1 or 2 legislations, and we'll finish out tomorrow on time. Is that
Continue.
is that okay? Let's finish out H and I. Two more legislation.
So you're saying we don't have to be, this is on Delegate James, Speaker.
Honorable James.
So you're saying we don't have to be done by midnight, even though our agenda indicates that we start at 8 a.m. again?
No, it proceeds on. The Naabik'íyáti committee is the 27th and 28th.
Okay, so there's not an issue with the time. Okay, I'll
Not
withdraw
an
my
issue.
motion.
Let's go ahead and proceed. Manuel, can you read the next legislation to the record?
Speaker Stowe, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Good morning or good evening, Shanta. How does the 2-hour delay come into play tomorrow morning?
So the 2-hour delay is in effect, but the staff members for the committees of RDC that's going to meet tomorrow and HES, they're going to continue to work with you guys because you guys have legislation to address. So with that, they're going to be there tomorrow.
Another. Eugene So.
Eugene So. You have the floor.
Och hon är just alltid det. Att det no jag det santa illusion det. Att skjuta sig det. Så den sen har så ska. Han så det nästa kom. Jag var kid the shot is in there when they said recess for the day. But end share. So about this case audition. There's a storm coming in because you have the yellow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eugene So. You can go ahead and sign off and head to the room and bunker down. But there's two legislations that we want to address to finish out today. That way, tomorrow our workload is lighter, and we can meet the 1 o'clock time frame for the special Navajo Nation Council session. And I believe RDC and HES will have legislation that's going to be added on too. So that way we don't have too much on our plate. Let's try to finish out what we have today, what we added on. So with that, Mr. Rico, read legislation 0239-22 into the record.
Delegate James here. So, Speaker.
Mr. James, you have the floor.
So are you saying that the 2-hour delay tomorrow does not reflect our staff members?
So what I'm saying is the 2-hour delay is going to reflect on the staff members, but only for the standing committees that they serve that's going to meet tomorrow because they have legislation that they're going to address. And they're going to be via teleconference. They are just to get those last minute legislations that our colleagues have at the committee level, and majority of those legislation are the ARPA funding allocation for their projects within their chapter region. And then,
but Nabi starts at 8 tomorrow morning.
No, we're going to start at 10 tomorrow. That's going to allow HES and RDC to meet.
Okay, so we probably need to update the agenda then because the agenda states 8 a.m.
We'll work on that tonight, but we are all in order at this time.
Thank you.
With that, Manuel, can you proceed with reading the legislation to the record?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0239-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, the Budget and Finance, and the Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $111,554 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Department of Education for internet costs at 56 sites, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. You do have a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass and refer to legislation with no amendments. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for reading the legislation into the record 0239-22. With that, sponsor is Honorable Carl Slater. Going to call for a motion.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair motion. Second motion.
Delegate Begay.
Motion for.
So.
Honorable Albert Begay. For second motion. Again, tonight, this legislation that was read into the record electronically, and again, the legislation heading has been read into the record. We can address this legislation two ways. We can go the normal format and allow the sponsor 20 minutes to present his legislation to this body, or if there's no question and if it's a consensus, we can go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. There'll be no question. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call. Is there any questions to this legislation 0239-22?
I have a question, Delegate James.
Honorable James has a question. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go with Mr. Slater. Proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, colleagues, and good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to present this legislation. It's pretty simple. Essentially, the Navajo Nation had been the benefit of some external federal funding that was used to support E-rate pricing and setting up internet at 56 different chapters and senior centers, and those are indicated in the attachments to the legislation. And so there's the cost of the internet that the nation has borne, and then the, I apologize, it's late, the cost of the content filtering, because that's a requirement of the funding source. So in essence, through the Navajo Nation's telecommunications utilities program that's located in general services, the nation's been paying for these services and subsidizing them with the federal funding. And then I believe there's been a chapter contribution as well. So that funding will expire next month, and it's going to be in that intermediary period between, when there's the committee assignments and when the council will, not really be considering funding legislation. So this is an effort to prevent a lapse in the internet services for the senior centers and for the Head Start centers. I apologize, the Head Start centers and the chapters. I think the places that are being assisted are based off the build out of the E-rate program. It's not that there's any sort of discrimination or anything. That's why it's not 110 chapters, but within the next 2 years, we should have all 110 chapters connected to fiber. And I really look forward to seeing that day. It's just based off the build out. So that's my presentation for right now. We do have all the associated documents that are required. The only item where there's a waiver is that it's considered recurring cost because it's a utility cost. And so that does require a waiver, but all the forms have been reviewed by OMB and the relevant programs for a UUFB request. Speaker, Chair, I will yield back to you at this time. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for your presentation. We have a motion in place and a second in place. And the question was posed, we have a question, and the question is posed by Honorable Vince James. The floor.
Schnelle Speaker, Ado Shache, Honorable Slater, for the legislation. My question in regards to broadband, did we not approve millions and millions of dollars for broadband with ARPA funds? And on top of that, the federally funded Head Start program also received funding, ARPA funding separate. So how is this corresponding with the ARPA funds to get to this point to request for funds in the UUF, or requesting funds from UUFB again? That will be my question, Schnelle Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Slater, turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shui. So what we allocated in the ARPA funding, first was a match for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding that would allocate dollars for broadband build out, and those would be competitive programs or things like that. So that's new construction, and we were setting aside those dollars so we wouldn't have to use internal Navajo Nation dollars. It wasn't for existing internet costs there. Then there's the middle mile and the last mile connections, say $100 million for those two efforts combined. And so again, that's not for new construction. That is expressly for new construction. It's not for existing internet utility costs. And those existing costs were being covered by external federal funding that was separate from ARPA or CARES or anything like that. So this is, I think, a unique situation where the funding is provided by the federal government, can kind of go away at any point, and that is essentially what's taking place right now. There is funding for the build out to these chapters and these Head Start centers, and then some continuing subsidy for the internet at them. But like I said, that funding is going away. So at the time that we were considering the ARPA legislation, this was not brought to the attention of the council, myself, or our committee, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. So we didn't allocate dollars for this purpose. I don't know exactly which eligibility category it would be under if it were to move forward in that manner. But I guess I'd say, our ARPA is for new construction and new connections. This is for an existing provision of internet utility service to our Head Start centers and our chapters, and which from a source that's, kind of having the carpet pulled or the rug pulled out from under us. So that's my answer right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your response for Honorable James' question. With that, any other questions pertaining to this legislation 0239-22? Hearing anything? Any questions pertaining to this legislation going once? Why?
No, Genio.
Honorable Genio, you have the floor.
Nakashikiana, you stay. Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Speaker, Adoshna Down, 24th Nomination Council. Just listening to the conversations that being us and then here again. And just thinking, we have ARPA money. And according to Dr. Yellerman during the presentation, the 100 million that was set aside for broadband, delegate was allocated 4.1 million for their respective areas. So how would this play into this legislation? Would it be eligible for ARPA reimbursement that if an application is generated moving forward? That's my question. Thank you.
Honorable Slater, you have the floor. Back to you.
Thank you. Well, I think right now and I'd have to go back and look at the categories. I don't have them right in front of me, but I could pull them up before tomorrow's special session. I think, at the very least, we could consider this under the 6.1, which is, the government services section. And I think this is clearly a government service, our chapters and our Head Start centers. And I'd like to think that it would be eligible under that category. On the broadband side, I think a lot of it has to do with last mile, middle mile, and that's not really what this is. This is the continuing operation of the internet service to these facilities. So I can definitely give you a more concrete answer tomorrow, or I could take a few minutes and look up the categories right now again. But I think I'm not sure it would qualify under one of the existing categories aside from 6.1 right now. And again, in terms of that 100 million or the 120 million, that's for new services. These are existing services that are being provided to the chapters, and they are already connected to the internet. So I think that's where the distinction is. But if an individual delegate wanted to put in, I guess, an application to say, reimburse the Navajo Nation for this cost from their ARPA allocation, I would like to think that is possible. Yes.
Uncle Shi, moving on down the line. Thank you for answering Honorable Henio's question pertaining to ARPA and maybe utilizing the broadband funding that has been appropriated into the delegate region. Also, the other funds that could be utilized has been infused into the delegate region. And thank you very much, Mr. Henio, for asking that question. And I think we can get more information on this tomorrow as we get to the Navajo Nation Council special session. So with that, any other questions pertaining to legislation 0232-22?
Delegate James.
0239. Honorable James. Honorable James. Floor is yours.
I can't have none that Chanel Speaker Ado Shache Kodo legislation Hitato Sozi. In regards to the letter of Exhibit A, so since the time of the funding in 2020, the nation received $53 million. So since 2020, how many chapter house established community libraries? Thank you.
very much. Honorable Slater, turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. So I think that's in relation to the E-rate program. And essentially what the nation did was get the chapters to qualify as libraries for the purposes of receiving this funding. And the funding is being used to connect to the internet. So it's not necessarily that each chapter has developed a conventional library that you walk in and there's a bunch of books, although I feel like at each of my chapters there's something similar to that or available. It is that under the definitions so that they're eligible or were eligible to benefit from this funding, they are considered libraries. And so that's really what this is about. It's not about necessarily connecting to physical books. That's really more the responsibility of the individual chapters. But it's about getting the chapters connected to the internet through the E-rate program, which requires that they are considered libraries, and libraries have these larger definitions, and that includes access to information and connection to that information, and the internet is required to connect to that sort of information. So that is why that terminology is used. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your response to Honorable James' question, Honorable Slater. With that, going down the line, see anybody in the queue? With that, again, I'm going to ask again any of the colleagues have any questions pertaining to the legislation 0239-22. And once, and twice, three
Delegate
times.
James, sir.
Honorable James.
So just for the record, the way I understand this is that this funding is only going to serve 38 chapters out of 110 chapters. And then it's only going to serve 18 Head Starts throughout the Navajo Nation. I don't know what the overall Head Start centers we have throughout the Navajo Nation, but so it's only going to serve 18 Head Starts, and it's only serving 38 chapters. Is this correct, Shache? Honorable Slater? Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Honorable Slater, turn the floor over to you.
Yes. So again, you have a funding source that was set up to expand internet access. Then there was a plan developed on how to deploy that funding to connect those chapters, and Head Starts that qualify as libraries for the purposes of the funding. And then that has unfolded in the last couple of years, and you see the 24 chapters in Arizona and Exhibit C. And then I think, what is it? Is it 14 over in New Mexico that have been able to benefit? And then, over the course of this year and next year, that number is going to keep going up until, we're at all 110. Then you have the Head Starts. And like you said, there's 18 Head Starts that are benefiting from it. And I think that those are generally aligned with where the E-rate internet expansion has taken place at the chapter level too. So, I don't know exactly where the end of the comment was, but this is being deployed according to a plan, and you get some funding to start up and pay for some initial service. And then from there, it becomes the burden of the government. And because this is sort of happening in the middle of a fiscal year, I think it is appropriate for the government to continue to assume these costs at least through the end of the year. And then from there, in this next budget process, we'll make some sort of determination as leadership whether we'll compel the chapters and the Head Start programs to bear these costs themselves, or we'll bring in additional general funds to cover these allocations. But this is like 0.1% of, well, it's actually less than that. It's 0.1% of 100 million that was allocated for, the broadband access expansion that we did in the ARPA allocation. So I hope that provides some further information on, why these chapters are receiving this subsidy. It's because they were in this program and the funding for the program is going away. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. The question that was posed to you. That again, moving forth on the agenda, moving forth. Any questions to the sponsor at this time?
Delegate James.
Honorable James, you have the floor.
I just wanted to make a correction. I did say 38 chapters, but it is actually 37 chapters after you minus Navajo Nation Museum. So it's only 37 chapters. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. That was just correction there to the information that has been provided. Any other questions to the sponsor at this time? And once, twice, and 3 times. Staff proceeds with roll call votes.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Amber Canez Bacrati, and Seth Damon are excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels and Honorable Mark Freeland both vote green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas, excuse me, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 not voting. Legislation proceeds to the Navajo Nation Council, which has final authority to this legislation. Moving on down the line. Item I. They get staff manual to read the legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0232-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $17,513,187 from the Citizen Fund for the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated for NNSCI's proposed expansion of the Delcon Shopping Center, approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. You do have committee reports from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Legislation 0232-22 has been read into the record electronically, and Daniel just read the headings into the record. So with that, I'm going to go call for a motion.
Yellen.
Motion by Honorable Callan Begay. Seconding motion.
Okay,
Seconding motion by Honorable Eugene So. With this, we can address this legislation in 2 ways. We can go the normal process and allow the agent to 20 minutes to present the proposal to the body of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, or if we are all in consensus, we can go ahead and proceed with the roll call vote. So, at this time, any questions pertaining to legislation 0232-22?
I have a lot of questions. This is Delegate James.
Okay, Honorable James has some questions. So with that, Mr. Albert P. Begay, have the floor.
Got 8 members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee there. Speakers. So I have my agent on the line. This is for Navajo Nation Shopping Center and collaborating with Delcon chapters and the surrounding chapters. There's already an expansion of for Navajo Shopping Center there. There's already been allocation of land. So within that shopping center there, there's already 10 acres that was been set aside for future expansion. So at this moment in time, we believe that the expansion is required. We have this Dalcon Medical Center that is completed around the Da'id, with including 109 staff quarters that are in place. On top of that, we got some support from Winslow Indian Healthcare Center, and then also believing that we all have an issue, the nation, throughout the Indian Health Service regarding the retention and the recruitment of staff. Also for there are healthcare positions that are an issue for the nation. So basically not due to that is that we need to resort recruiting health workers, and we don't have any economic development in the area. And then so how do we keep staff, and then also these professional health workers, because that's what we have an issue with throughout the nation. So at the same time, we know that according to Winslow Indian Healthcare Center, that if all positions are filled, they're going to generate $42 million a payroll a year. Or there's potential of to keep. We all know that with the nations is all the concept of keeping the dollars on the reservation. So even this is one that is needed today. So it is one of the plan, the expansion of the Navajo Shopping Center. So I know that at the same time, that we have a improvement. We have 69 kV substations is being developed. I thought it's been constructed, and then we have a proposed line that will be coming in from Bidahochi substation to Dalcon substation, which is 69 kV electric. I don't know that the water, there's Greasewood water treatment plant. It will be in operation in January. There'll be more water supply to this communities in the area. I don't know that the improvement of Dalcon Pass booster station, then also the wood chop water tank in Greasewood area that's been improved, and that's costing $5.7 million, which is we didn't use any of the Navajo Nation fundings to improve that, which was all been successful, being available through grants with the water system. And it's always a question that Dalcon has no water system, no adequate water, but this will be improved. So we have some the latest statistic in data and also the that was given to us is December 14th. And that's what the report that was given by IHS and also Windsor Indian Health Care Center, and then also from NTA and then NECA. And then our consultant, Browns and Coswell, I need to report today. So that's how I will go ahead and make this a report, and then also I can have my agent Nick Taylor, the CEO for Navajo Shopping Centers, on the line with me. She's not on speaker, so maybe I can give him the floor to elaborate on the shopping center.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Navajo Shopping Center.
Well, good morning. This is Nick Taylor, Naabik'íyáti committee members. Thank you, and support staff. Thank you for allowing shopping centers to present here this morning. And thank you to Delegate Elmer Begay for being the primary sponsor of legislation. And thank you to Delegate Thomas Walker for being the co-sponsor to this legislation. My name is Nicholas Taylor, the Chief Executive Officer for Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. I'm serving as one of the agents. We also have Mr. Raymond Nopa, General Manager of the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers, serving as the second agent. We may have a third agent on the call, perhaps a person from the Delcon chapter. Together, we will be presenting the project details and addressing any of your comments or concerns as agents. So the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers is a commercial retail property owner and manager. We own and manage 9 shopping centers across the Navajo Nation. And what we do is we just provide the space, the building, for businesses to rent and lease from us. We don't have any direct ownership in any of the businesses, which we refer to as tenants, that occupy our spaces. We don't have any control over their management decisions and product offering or services. So that's entirely separate from how we operate. We just provide the space and we just take care of the space for these businesses to operate. Now, among the Navajo Nation corporations, Navajo Nation Shopping Centers is a small corporation compared to larger corporations such as the Gaming Enterprise, Oil and Gas, NTA, NECA, and the Intech. We're not as large, so our revenues are not as strong. Our balance sheets are not as strong, but we're working towards to strengthen our revenues and our balance sheets. And this is one of the projects that we see viable for us to increase our revenues. And our strategic goal is short-term strategic goal is to build out what we called our vacant lands that we have ownership and control over within our properties. And at the Delcon Shopping Center, we have 6 acres available for development. And within the 6 acres, we already have access to utilities. We already have right-of-way. We already have site map completed. And some specifics on the Delcon Shopping Center in itself. This is a regional project that will serve at least 7 chapters. The chapters being Loop, Bird Springs, Indian Wells, Greasewood, Ganado, Steamboat, and Jedito. And this project complements the current economic expansion happening within Delcon with the completion of the medical center, the addition of housing units. So this Delcon area is now becoming a primary growth area. And the chapter itself has done great work in completing their community development master plan. They've outlined how they're going to grow, and they're taking steps to ensure that they grow correctly. The chapter is also anticipating to become an sales tax collector through their LGA certification, and these additional businesses will add to their tax base, which is a positive. For shopping centers, we're looking at an annual estimated revenue increase of 2% annually, which is about $80,000 a year to our balance sheet and income statement through these additional build-outs we're looking to propose. So as mentioned, our goal is to increase our revenue in the short term. That way we can focus on larger projects across the Navajo Nation to build out and eventually work our way to being a middle-sized corporation and to a larger-sized corporation. And with the additional revenues, we'll be able to leverage our debt capacities and abilities. But in the short term, we just need some assistance from the Navajo Nation government to help us out. And as far as the tenant mix who we've identified, we currently have the network capabilities to identify and reach out to potential tenants. And for this project, we're taking an approach where we would like to have a commitment of funds secured for this development project before we start talking to tenants. Given the current environment within the US, the economic conditions, retail businesses are hesitant to expand if funding is not secured for build out. So we want to minimize the risk. And if we do get funding for this project, that'll be a plus in terms of the retail's lens, the view, how they view us, that the risk will be minimized and they would feel more comfortable coming to Delcon. And we do have information on the payback, which is also included as part of the legislation packet. But that concludes my project details. I turn the floor back to you. So.
That time has moved forth. Honorable Vince James, you have the floor.
Speaker. Ado shita ash ade belke so zaniki kudo nalsos be to kediki be to no dit ahi be no aji. I'm sorry, staff, if I'm gonna keep you guys here long. I apologize, and this is the reason why I tried to motion to recess. Because this is going to be a lengthy topic that we're going to discuss, and I know your safety, it should be a big issue for all of us. Most of us delegates are at home, and we're here at home, and we're having you guys stay there at the council chambers. So Speaker Shanella, if I'm in order, can I just motion to recess and let's begin tomorrow on this legislation due to the fact of safety of our staff that are still present there at the council chambers while us delegates are at home. Speaker.
I will go ahead and accept your motion to recess. Second the motion. Second the motion going once.
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
And 4. With that at 10, 7, 12, 37. With that, go ahead and have staff do a roll call vote for recess. We'll come very convene tomorrow. Daniel So.
Hello?
Staff getting the roll call voting machine, trying to wake it up too. Roll call will happen in a bit. Patient.
Because so I have a question, Delegate McGee.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Knesset Crowdy is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. How do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Colonna, how do you vote?
Vote votes green.
Honorable Pernell Colonna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So is not voting. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Chairman So, you have 13 in favor and 1 opposed. Chair not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carried. Motion to recess at 12:37 p.m. Oh, we'll reconvene.